everybody. It is still morning. I made it to the crippling ice and snowstorm. Right now I'm just to the north of Joplin, Missouri, but I'm going to be punching through the Ozark Plateau. Complex orography out there. Possibly some dangerous conditions. Most of the freezing rain down into northern Louisiana and possibly in far southern Arkansas into northwestern Mississippi. That's where the crippling ice storm is happening. Might even get 1 to 2 inches of ice there. And the next wave is starting to get going right now. There's some convective elements that are coming out of northwest Texas, moving into southwest Oklahoma. That's going to bring some big time rains into Oklahoma City. Probably going to be a long duration second wave. Still think a very decent chance of exceeding double-digit snowfall, over 10 inches of snow in Oklahoma City along the I-40 corridor. But the Arctic air mass is pretty strong out here. We got a strong Arctic air mass. I sampled it up there in Minnesota, looking for the exploding trees. Brian, if you want to play that ASLive later on. But that says the sap, when it gets like minus 20 and colder, the sap freezes and bang, you can actually get little pops that happen with the trees. And minus 20, got colder than that up in Minnesota, so this is a big time Arctic air mass. The temperature here is 7 degrees, walking stick right now in Joplin, Missouri. I was up in Kansas City for the morning commute. Conditions were pretty treacherous up there, about 3 inches of fluffy snow. Just looked like glitter in the lights. Sparkling out there, so it was a very light snow. It was minus 1 degree, got up to a goose egg, 0 degrees Fahrenheit, Kansas City. But I've got some big time winter tires on this vehicle. I grew up driving in Michigan, so I know how to handle these winter conditions. But it's the other people on the road too that you got to watch out for. And driving into this freezing rainstorm, it is going to be absolutely brutal down here. Probably going to see transformer explosions, power outages that are happening down there. Very difficult storm to chase, so hopefully I can get to the ice. I've heard of some reports of a half a foot of snow in portions of Arkansas where you had longer duration of that heavier snow. I came down from Burnsville, Minnesota. Check out this Team Dominator chain, folks. Bright orange, caution orange. But I am wearing this as we are chasing this ice storm here. You definitely want to stay indoors if you can, unless it's an emergency. Conditions are pretty treacherous out here, even in between these two modes. As I get a little bit closer to the Arkansas border, I think we're going to see conditions really deteriorate down there. I can see the road conditions of slow traffic down there, and I bet that there's a lot of bald tires in this region too. Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, you're just not prepared for winter weather like this. So this thing is going to be a crippling ice storm. It's a pretty narrow ribbon though where that freezing rain sets up, because you need to have a prominent warm nose, sub-freezing air below it, but it's got to fall as super cooled liquid into that sub-freezing layer, and then it freezes on impact through a process called accretion. And that's when it accrues on the elevated surfaces of power lines and trees. That's when you can get power outages. Back in 2007, in December, we covered a big time ice storm in Norman, Oklahoma. We were without power for 2 weeks. You can just see transformer explosions lighting up the night sky. I even heard the tree snap next to our house and rip the power line out of the house. And then we were in survival mode, feeding off Vienna sausages until we could regain our power. And then everybody started moving all the debris. Just about every single tree was damaged throughout Norman and the Oklahoma City metro. And I think that we're going to see that somewhere, probably from the Shreveport to Monroe area to the architects of toward Greenville, Mississippi, northern Mississippi, into western Tennessee. We got about a 6-hour drive to get down to Monroe during extreme treacherous conditions. So this is a marathon of winter storm coverage happening here, folks. Be sure to share this stream if you know anybody that lives in the region. There's like 50, 80 million people that could be potentially impacted by this winter storm. And here I'm going to show you some of the conditions that I'm experiencing right now. Just Joplin, Missouri. Not that bad right here, but the snowfall rates are definitely starting to intensify a bit. The flakes are getting bigger, and those heavier snow bands are starting to move in from southeastern Kansas into this region. All snow here, the entire profile below freezing, so temperature 7 degrees. that's a suitcase in the back. I've got everything I own in that suitcase in the back, folks. Just about everything that I own. I'm gonna get some bean burritos too to try to survive this crippling ice storm. Snow as well. And some locations in Arkansas have been pushing a half a foot right here, and there's some more snow moving in. I don't think there's going to be much of a lull between the waves. Looking at radar, you can see some convective elements coming out of northwest Texas, moving towards southwest Oklahoma, pushing into the Oklahoma City metro eventually. And we've got some snowbands moving into southwestern Missouri here, but I am punching it into Arkansas, eventually through Fort Smith, down through Pine Bluff, and eventually Greenville, Mississippi as well. We're looking for that prominent warm nose. If the warm nose isn't very prominent, maybe you get sleet. But if you do have a prominent warm nose and a relatively shallow sub-freezing layer, and looking at the surface map, looks like that freezing rain is setting up from Shreveport to Monroe, up toward Greenville, Mississippi, up toward Tupelo, Jackson, Tennessee. So those are the areas that I'm going to be most concerned about if I were you. Gotta be kidding me with this. But I didn't drive all night from Mississippi, didn't get any aha. Didn't get any sleep last night. But great. Great to be back to work here, live streaming. I get some hives on my neck from this chain. Boy, they 3D printed this. I'm going to guess that my speaking event in Burnsville gave this to me. A rapper necklace. My name is Reed and I get my kicks. Show in people my magic tricks. Visibility is dropping a little bit. I would estimate probably about 3/4 of a mile to a mile. Light snow, but the flakes are starting to get bigger. So we may get a little bit of moderate snow in here. It was definitely banding. It's associated, this heat wave is associated with the right entrance region of the jet, which is creating some lift. There's some warm convection as well. There's a low-level jet that's like 40 knots. But the vortex is going to eject tonight. And that's going to bring a more potent round of snow. Oklahoma City could get another 8 inches maybe. Looks like that heavier snow has moved in pretty quick. Turned out to defrost a little bit. Now you call me Reed, one chain timber. Confidence having this thing on. It's beautiful. Can't believe that next generation of storm chasers is so talented. They're 3D printing dominators. These necklaces, they can code. They're making science missions out there. So I think the next generation of storm chasers is going to hit the road with science missions, innovation, engineering, domination, and it's great to see the science missions start to come to fruition out there. I think it's important to have a science mission, even though this one we're just covering the ice and snow. It'd be cool to release a sounding and check out the depth of the shallow layer and the relative strength of the warm nose. Gotta be kidding me. Things are going to deteriorate as we continue to head south into these conditions that have already been impacted. Look at the road surface right now. Pretty slick. Even with not as much snow accumulation here, maybe an inch or two. Roads are still nasty because the surface temperature is 7 degrees out here. Very cold Arctic air mass surging southward. My goal is get down to Monroe, Louisiana, where I think that it's probably falling. It's all freezing rain. I'm looking at the surface map right now. Surface temperature in Monroe is 29, 25 in Ruston. Sleet right now in Shreveport, 28 degrees. Freezing rain in Texarkana, 29 to 26. And then it cools down into the teens in Arkansas. Greenville, Mississippi, 25 over 22. Precip is just moving into northern Mississippi. Western Tennessee. It's already started as snow in Nashville initially with those cold profiles, but the warm nose is coming. So we get ejection of this level storm stuff. Right now, had a little generator mishap. Just gas spewing out in the garage this morning. But even Brian is preparing for freezing rain down in the Texas Hill Country. I wouldn't be surprised if that pure freezing rain sets up just a little bit south. Seems like everything is kind of getting pushed south because of the strength of the Arctic air mass to the north of it. And it is pretty windy here. I heard some comparisons to that 2009 blizzard in Oklahoma, but there's no comparison meteorologically between these two. That day in 2009 was a bomb cyclone, and December 24th, Christmas Eve, there were like 4 to 6 foot snow drifts in Oklahoma City. But it was a big bomb cyclone that moved from south to north, ran a deformation zone through Oklahoma City all the way up to Chicago. This is a very different system. A lot of times these systems come out in the southern plains with a 1-2 punch. The first punch is warm advection driven, and then the vortex ejects, and that puts a big kicker on the snowfall totals. And I think that the rates are going to be heavier with those convective elements moving out of northwest Texas into southwest Oklahoma. I think Little Rock got pasted last night too, by heavy mixed precipitation. I wonder if it's getting a little bit dry in the Oklahoma City metro. The temperature is 7 degrees, dew point temperature is 2. But I noticed that some colder, drier air was filtering in to the Oklahoma City metro, and that might have held some of those snowfall totals down with the first wave. But the second wave is ejecting convective elements coming out of northwest Texas into central Oklahoma, and we'll have to keep a close eye on that as well. But we do have some pretty brutal winter conditions out here, but I grew up in Michigan. I'm used to 100 inches of snow a year, lake effect snow belts. But just down here in the deep south, they're not equipped to handle this type of winter weather. And that's why this is going to be so impactful. But you can see the snow starting to increase in intensity out here as we're approaching the I-44 corridor near Joplin. Right now, getting a new hood. Leon is working on that. Thank you, Leon, out of Perkins, Oklahoma. Yeah, I had to turn the frost down. We're using the old school setup today. It's a dependable setup, good for winter weather. Don't worry, we'll find significant impacts of this storm. They are happening. Just have to get down into the freezing rain zone. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We're back. There's a very heavy precipitation band that's setting up to the south of Shreveport through Monroe into the Greenville area, even down to Yazoo City. Mesoscale discussion out there, so some pretty heavy precipitation down there that seems to be training over the same areas. Meanwhile, there's a mesoscale discussion out that includes Oklahoma City. I was trying to decide whether to chase the ice or the snow, and I have settled on the snow, but the area of expanding sleet as I headed up toward Oklahoma City. Showery precipitation, but it should become a little bit more dense. Snowfall accumulations of up to 1 inch an hour are possible with the heavier showers and bands in northwest Texas and central Oklahoma. We expect that precipitation to weaken as it pushes northeast during the afternoon, resulting in more scattered precipitation for a few hours during the late afternoon before precipitation rapidly expands this evening ahead of the approaching main trough. Schedule discussion that includes Shreveport to Monroe to Greenville. Moderate to heavy freezing rain expected to persist in the Arklatex regions over the early afternoon. Liquid equivalent precipitation of a 10 to a quarter inch per hour should be common. Locally up to a half an inch an hour. Classic freezing rain to sleet sounding sample at 12Z in Shreveport. Should continue to push steadily southward into northern Louisiana. We are headed down toward Fort Smith, and then we're going to head east on 40, and then down toward Pine Bluff, and eventually down right into that pocket. It's a game plan, but possibly up to a half an inch accrual rates. And that includes the I-20 corridor, Ruston to Monroe. That's where we're headed. It might take us about 6 hours to get down there. Whiteout conditions. Very windy. It's definitely when the snowfall rates are beginning to increase here as we're headed south toward the Joplin area. Came from that Arctic air mass up in Minnesota. Temperature is minus 20. Nose holes were freezing shut. Trying to do some live updates. And I was listening for the sound of exploding trees up there in that extreme cold. Yeah, that heavy band does seem to be sagging just to the south of I-20 in the Shreveport area and then up toward Monroe. And that's where you could get the quarter to even half an inch accrual rates of that freezing rain. See a lot of blowing snow on it, left to right. That first wave is kind of compressing out into northern Louisiana. Big problems up there about to start in the Newville area, even Yazoo, Greenwood, Mississippi. On my way down there, folks. Marathon coverage. I need to take a nap here at some point, but we're just going to continue to grind in the meantime. Snow Little Rock's going to end up with. They're going to get rocked by the main vort when it pops out as well. See these isolated whiteout conditions, mainly by the semis. Heating up in the new Dominator 4. It's a Ford F-150. Thanks to Seth Wobley. But the key is to just have a bigger Dominator 4 than the Subaru, so I don't have to panic about deer. Deer have been pretty common. wind out here as we're getting some banding to the snow. Yep, Brian's back. Looks like he got his mic up and running. Pittsburgh, Kansas, some of that banding is headed from southeastern Kansas toward this area. Closing in on the Joplin area right now. Not too bad right here, but it deteriorates as we get a little bit closer to the Arkansas border. Precipitation moved to Arkansas, as we've seen it 3 or 4 times already. This is my own vehicle. I'm not allowed to be in rentals. But yeah, we could see some thunder freezing rain as well. Up to 0.25 to 0.5 accrual rates per hour. Another one of these whiteouts. There's little eddies there behind the semis, sometimes the plows. Treacherous conditions this morning in Kansas City with the snow banding coming through. Massive winter storm warning area. Covers like 80 million people. And there's also ice storm warnings in a ribbon. I think that the 2 areas of big ice are going to be northern Louisiana, I-20 corridor up to northwestern Mississippi. And also the Carolina Piedmont up near my mom's place is going to be getting hammered. Upstate South Carolina, Carolina Piedmont. A lot of times that sub-freezing air will get banked up against the eastern slope of the Appalachians. And then the warm nose comes over top of that, and that cold air can be sluggish to get out of the that zone to the east of the Appalachians when it's banked up against the mountains. May try to go over some trout today, folks. White out. Yeah, take a slow out here. There we see. Just because of the wind. The wind is kind of underrated with this system because it's not like a big bowling ball trough ejection. It's kind of got this positive tilt oozing out. There's a little subtle short wave that's coming out that's triggering that thunder sleet. City Metro with some inch per hour snowfall rains. It is very showery out there. Nature. Yeah, it's already begun now, moving into the Oklahoma City Metro. Long duration winter storm. I think eventually the two waves are going to merge. We'll probably just have one big massive storm by tomorrow. We'll likely be live tomorrow as well. Will be. Intense driving up here as we go through the Ozarks. It'd be a miracle if we make it down to Monroe, but we are going to try. And reason, of course, in a very safe person. My middle name is Safety. Yes, you tell the truth. It's important. The snowflake sizes are getting a little bit bigger. Maybe some banding beginning to work its way into this area. Might go get some boot-in balls and freezing rain down here, northern Louisiana. That includes the I-20 corridor. We're definitely starting to get some heavier snowfall rates here. Going through a pocket right now of probably 30 dBz. Ooh! That next round of showers will eventually catch up to this area too. But some of those showers and storms are training over the same area down there south of Shreveport up to Monroe, near the Greenville, Mississippi area. Snowfall rates. I do think at a close-up angle, you can definitely get a better idea of how visibility may be impacted. Press that focal length, while the number of snowflakes between us and that semi is conserved. I think we're going to see a gradual increase in the snowpack. Precipitation in the Memphis area. I wonder if that's Sleet. Pine Bluff, just to the southeast of Pine Bluff, especially heading into Clarksdale, Mississippi. May have to work the Tunica area. Boy, you can see the wind on the road surface blowing snow. Just looking at that convective band. nice little break in the Precip. And then as we head down toward Pine Bluff, it'll ramp up, especially southeastern there. Big freezing rain event. We're going to get down there. Just take a little bit. We're going to have to grind through some difficult conditions. Up to 0.5 at 0 inch accrual rates. Bands along I-20 in Louisiana. How are the conditions there in Yazoo? We have the two camera angles for this one. This is our simplified stream for these types of events. But we are ramping up the Dominator 3 stream this year. Crazy camera on the roof that Brian can control with a joystick in his house. Bunch of different camera angles, and the science mission is happening. Will Clay 25, Local Man Weather are working hard, getting the sensors ready. We should just be able to pepper the tornado with dozens of sensors this spring. I do feel in total control of the road right now. Snowfall rates are beginning to increase. There is some banding coming out of southeastern Kansas into southwestern Missouri. Down into Arkansas, there's a little bit of a break, and then big precipitation out to the south. A lot of that is freezing rain from the I-20 corridor, Ruston to Monroe, up toward Greenville, northern Mississippi. Thanks everybody for tuning in. This is a live marathon coverage of this crippling ice storm and snow event. And boy, Southern Plains snow is tough to forecast. I don't know if I'll tell you that. There was one event when I was in college down at OU that was not forecasted at all. They had like a foot of snow up near Ponca City with a bunch of banding and thunder snow. I can actually see the lightning with a convective band from Norman looking north. But a lot of times they're crazy isolated. Sometimes the timing is difficult to come together perfectly, especially with kind of this diffuse, positively tilted trough with a kicker system coming out of the backside. But we've got a 1-2 punch. We've got a lead wave that's already in progress that we're trying to intercept, and that is caused by the right entrance region of the upper level jet. And then we've also got the vortex that was dug out of Baja, Mexico, and that's going to be dragged out next. And there'll be a lot more upper support with the second wave that comes out tonight. I have a feeling, my gut says that the freezing rain zone is going to end up a little further south than what the models are showing, just because of the strength of the Arctic air mass here. Wouldn't be surprised if we do see a surge off to the south. $50 from Charging Buffalo 70. You're up in St. Louis. You gotta be kidding me. Thank you. Big EF5 tornado hit there on May 22nd, 2011, and spread flesh-eating bacteria out there. Devastating tornado, very tragic one. And we're going to be trying to measure the toxicity of tornado debris clouds coming up. Eventually, I caught pink eye from a couple of tornadoes. I had like a 6-month eye infection, lung infection from some tornadoes. So I do think that they are toxic. And they also impact you physiologically with the pressure whipsaws that happen. Get some concussion-like symptoms in the brain. Monroe is getting clobbered right now. Monroe, Louisiana. Slug of Precip kind of lifts up into the Mississippi River Valley up toward Memphis. Marginal risk tomorrow for severe weather in that trough ejects. Smith is 20 degrees. I think there's some terrain height there. Some of that elevated terrain, you're starting to get a little bit into the warm nose. Greenville 24, Monroe 30 over 27 with freezing rain. Ruston, moderate rain, 27 over 26. Everybody for tuning in. You can see the Arctic blast in the upper right portion of the screen. Cold Arctic air mass, which is fueling this thing. Yeah, New England, New York City, up toward Connecticut, those areas are going to get blasted as well. Boston is going to be a little max up there in New England, as it often is. Those coastal lows get going. Get a nice moist feel so confident with this chain on, this bright orange, construction sign orange chain. That's the Team Dominator logo. And that's because we have such strong concern for safety, of course. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day. Woo. Buckle up. Haven't seen anything yet. This is pretty minor up here. Growing up in Michigan, I'm used to 4 or 5 inch per hour snowfall rates, thunder, snow, but also better plow systems up there. My Uncle Bruce woke up to 10 inches of new snow in Traverse City, Michigan, with Northwest full lake effect, and they're just like, oh, we just got a couple inches up there. Well, they do have the best snowplow systems in the world in those lake effect snow belts. They can clear up 4 feet of snow overnight, as long as the snowfall rates will give them a little bit of breathing room. Sometimes those lake effect events are so prolific the snowplows can't even keep up. I was talking to somebody at my speaking event last night from Marquette, Michigan. They said there are a handful of blizzards in the early season, power outages, and they have never had the power out in like 20 years of living there. And then suddenly this year they had it knocked out twice. Bridges here are dangerous because they're snow covered and icy, and you got to anticipate ice on these elevated surfaces. That's why I just feather it over these bridges, folks. Gotta feather it. Stretch everything out every now and then. Stretch out the neck. Driving for like 3 days straight. Ever since my mom and I got back from Isle of Man, and we were blessed with an insane G4 Northern Lights display over there. They were overhead. I shed a tear and everything during that. I cannot believe that solar flare arrived in 24 hours. Usually they take 48 to 72, and it came in 24 hours because of the strong solar wind. And it lit up the sky like a Christmas tree. There was some cloud cover. That was a little bit of a struggle out there at times. Got some snow plows on the left side here. That's your story right there. There's your freaking story right there. Heroes of the snow effort. Got a little excited there, sorry. Yep, we're going to want to be here for the long haul. Camera to show the conditions. I get a little social anxiety sometimes when these streams get going, so put it on my mug a little sparingly. Light snow south of KC. I just came from there. Hi, Gabriel. Never stop chasing. Yeah, usually when I get tired, I tend to have stream of consciousness, and I just talk the whole entire time, especially when I'm by myself. Sometimes running these streams, you kind of feel the urge to just fill up empty space. You know, and Will was not very active on stream. We had to encourage him to be active on stream. And he was. Came through local man weather. He's out in San Diego right now, ripping ads lives, get pounded ads lives for this region. So everybody knows if you're going to get pounded in advance. Yes, you gotta be kidding. Construction sign orange. Dominator chain. Put that back out. Since the conditions are a little subsiding here right now. That happens sometimes. Kind kind of like multiple little subtle short waves will come out. It'll trigger some precipitation, and we've got a blob of precip trying to work its way into central Oklahoma. Models show that kind of weakening with time and then a resurgence late afternoon into evening. And I was trying to decide whether to work the snow in my own backyard or drop into this crippling ice storm. And being an extreme meteorologist, it's a natural move to go for the crippling ice storm. Bluff Dwellers Cave. Maybe we should do some spelunking while we're out here. Let's see if we can find some gems and cave crickets. Smells good. This thing was 3D printed by a visitor at my speaking event. So, I mean, this next generation of storm chasers is so talented. They don't even have their driver's license yet, and they're already making model dominators. I've actually got one in the back seat right here. Can't reach it, but it's back there, right over there. I'll show it to you in a second if I can ever stop. But I'll probably be sitting on my ass for like the next 48 hours. Even Houston is included in the winter storm warning. The American Meteorological Society convention is out there. I'm going to be speaking on the 28th. The title of the presentation has something to do with oceanography and ecology, but I'm just going to talk about rocket launches into tornadoes the whole time, so hope they're ready. With a loose connection to the Pacific climate system, the warm phase North Pacific oscillation, I'm going to talk about, and how about 3 years ago we had a shift to a new decadal cycle, new 10-year cycle for tornadoes. And I think it's going to be active for another 5 to 7 more years, maybe, as long as that warm blob, the positive phase North Pacific oscillation, is up there. A lot of people think that the ocean responds to the atmosphere, but that just does not make logical sense because of the upwelling anomaly. If you don't get a lot of upwelling, you'll get a positive anomaly. And then as you go into the spring, that thing migrates east across the date line, and then bang. And we also are supposed to have an El Nino that's going to ramp up in February into March. And that, I think, is going to energize the Southern Plains tornado season this year. Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas. Nashville is getting frozen precipitation right now. We got Pettis weather. It's hitting his backyard. But yeah, this is kind of a setup for a big-time streaming that's going to be happening this tornado season from the Dominator 3. We are bringing the heat this year. We'll just have to call every year the last dance for like the next 20 years. I also got to get my Viking ring out. We went to Isle of Man and met up with Silver Spoon Jewelry out there. He makes it out of silver spoons, and it looks like old Viking jewelry. We found some of our old gravestones of our ancestors buried on top of Viking mounds, and I'm pretty sure that is probably why the Dominator 3 is shaped like a longboat but upside down. Concept is similar but flip-flopped in the vertical. We definitely want an aerodynamic outer shell, downward force directed on it. Spike system obviously helps. Just like a boat floating on the water, you don't want it to sink. A fascinating history out there. Shooting the northern lights next to that Viking castle. I could feel the Viking ghosts hovering over me. Imagine what they thought when they saw the northern lights pop up there. It's crazy. They went across the North Atlantic Ocean all the way to Newfoundland. Went across the entire ocean. It's insane. Incredible technology on those, but I think there are also pretty ruthless. That is a Team Dominator logo. Construction sign orange there, caution orange. I bring out this hat to cover winter weather because it keeps the ears warm, forehead, everything. You can get them at a gas station. Loves gas station, carries them. I got a majority of my wardrobe from gas stations, actually. Snowplow dominating on the left. Looks like they're getting the shoulder, which has the majority of the snoop. You ask me, what's new? Say nothing. I'm just tracking this convective sleet that is moving into central Oklahoma right now, folks. It's getting more showery and more banded. You have to wonder if that's some slantwise convective instability or something up there getting lifted up. Sometimes the atmosphere can be convectively unstable when a parcel is lifted in a slantwise fashion, as opposed to when it's lifted vertically. It may be stable and vertical, but if you can lift a parcel on a slantwise surface, and that's exactly what we have happening here with this warm advection lifting up and over top this Arctic air mass. You sometimes get a banding to the precipitation, at least until that trough ejects and we get a bit more lift at 500 millibars. The level of non-divergence in the mid-atmosphere, that's why we like to look at trough shape at that level of the atmosphere. One time in grad school, Howie Bluestein had a trick question on one of our exams. It was this complicated problem, and he said, compute the divergence of this 500 millibar height field, and some people spent like 2 hours trying to go through all the mathematical gymnastics to compute that, but the answer is 0. There's no divergence at 500 millibars, so it's a kind of a trick question, but that you'll never forget that. If you ever see a meteorologist or certificate holder saying that there's divergence at 500 millibars, flag that. Flag that. It's false. It's like when we launch our parachute probes into a tornado, and if we only have the pressure data, you can't compute vertical velocity from that pressure fall inside of a tornado because the vertical velocities are so extreme that you cannot assume hydrostatic balance inside of a tornado. But that's why we're going to try to use our camera systems and use artificial intelligence to determine the height of the probe as it was moving out. But the probe appeared to have a constant height before the parachute popped naturally as we shot it horizontally with the air cannon. And so the initial 70 millibar pressure deficit from that probe on May 20 that went into the tornado was purely due from being launched outside the tornado and into the dynamic pipe at constant height. And then it leveled off as the parachute popped, and then there's another dramatic fall, and that was a vertical motion as it lofted straight up inside of the tornado. But we're going to share all that data in our future plans for the Science Mission 2 coming up at the Chaser Summit, Denver, Colorado. Denver, Colorado. That's how they say it. You can't say Colorado, you have to say Colorado. Kind of make your mouth like an O shape, Colorado. But it's going to be in Denver this year, February 5th through 7th. And then I got a speaking event at Rose State in OKC on February 12th, and then up in Gizmo's birthplace, February 13th, up in Enid. But I'm a big fan of trough geometry at 500 millibars for forecasting anything. You have to make some slight adjustments depending on what you're forecasting, whether it be severe weather, winter weather, ice storms. This is kind of the perfect ice storm pattern. You have this elongated, kind of positively tilted trough with the right entrance region, a lot of warm advection over top an Arctic air mass, and a broad area of warm advection. That's why it's such a long duration ice storm and snow event. Multiple waves coming out, little subtle jet streaks embedded within that general positive tilt. But it's very different than those negatively or neutrally tilted troughs that come out in Dixie Alley that cause big tornado outbreaks. There are some signs, though, that there could be a severe weather uptick, maybe even some kind of a coastal storm in the southern U.S. around February 1st. And then a little bit later in the month, maybe around February 9 and 10, could have a storm chase in southeast Texas and portions of the central Gulf Coast region. Snowfall rates are increasing as I am nearing the Neosho area here. See that little bit of a haze as I zoom in. Precipitation shield continues to compress into southeastern Arkansas. There's definitely going to be some longer duration freezing rain somewhere in northern Mississippi. I have a feeling it's going to be maybe even Greenville to Yazoo, Greenville to Yazoo, Greenwood, Grenada. But you can definitely see the haze in the distance. That's some visibility impairment from the falling snow. Road drives whatever the F you wants to. Considering how many miles they cover, about 100,000 plus miles a year. I want to wear a furry hat from a gas station or a chain. It makes you feel better. It gives me some energy. I'll put it on. Eat a bean burrito I've already had. And Casey's Pizza. And Taco Bell. And Culver's yesterday. And McDonald's for breakfast. And a bunch of sandwiches too at the sneaking event. Chuck Norris doesn't chase the warm nose, he makes the warm nose. Yeah, it's good that there are no cars. Lots of truckers out here, but those semi-trucks are heavy, generally get good traction on the road surface. And yeah, roads are sketchy here. Can't let your guard down out here. The chain has the Team Dominator logo on it, 3D printed, got it at my event yesterday. These conditions are going to continue to deteriorate, especially once we get into southeastern Arkansas. Very cold in Minnesota when I was there. Crystal clear skies, bright stars and everything, but then you breathe through your nose and your nose hole is free shut. When it gets down to minus 20 raw temperature, it will cause some problems. Yeah, the snowfall rates are increasing, but it's a banded structure here, probably due to the slant-wise convective instability out here. They like to separate into bands, little sinking motion in between, so you'll get some heavier snow showers like what we're getting right now. Feel my way around here to get familiar with this setup here. Only 15 miles. Great. Dude, just look at it. I'm always worried that when I come into these hazy areas like this, where visibility drops, that it'll be like a pile up waiting. That's why you gotta be very careful out here. Take it slow. Patience. You don't want to hit that brake or anything. You gotta have good tires. But there is some banded snow moving into southwestern Missouri. Interesting. Some of these systems in the southern plains always end up playing out differently than you expect. Sometimes you get to the same end snow result too through very different processes. And it seems like we have a little subtle shortwave coming out now that's trying to intensify the precipitation into Oklahoma. Right in my backyard, I think they got 4 inches of snow out there overnight, and then probably another 8 coming tonight. A foot in Oklahoma City is a big deal, even if it is spread over a longer time period. Say hi to Will Clay 25. He's watching it in the command center. He's got a command center in his lab. He has got the watch and warning display up there. Will, I wonder if you can even pipe into the stream and be active on this stream. Definitely see the terrain is getting complex here in the Ozarks. southern Alabama, including Mobile. Thanks to United Cajun Navy sending me that update. That includes the Florida Panhandle, southwestern Georgia, southern Alabama, coastal Mississippi. Might be seeing the rear end of this semi for 4 to 6 hours. I think that would just pass through that heavier shower about an hour north of Fort Smith right now. I'm not going to pass these semis because that road looks awfully slick right there, and it's just not worth taking any chances in these conditions. But we are definitely getting into some complex terrain in the Ozark Plateau. I think that's going to be a night threat. Look at this hilly terrain. You don't want to mess around with this. You don't want to hit those brakes. I think they're doing. Maybe end up jackknifing the semi in these hills and passing into Arkansas. That's where the heavier snow has fallen. So you can see it's a lot thicker of a coating here. We're just going to be slicing through the heart of this storm like a hot knife through butter. Might have to whip out the fly rod down here and work the Elk River. North of trout are getting low. Temperature's up to 12 degrees, so it's about -1 up in the Kansas City area this morning. Up in Minnesota it was -20. Lone Star Ice is happening in Texas. Brian is preparing. Boy, that river has ice on it. There's even a truck that drove out on the signal. Yeah, and that the water's pretty cold here. For true. Yeah, exploding trees happens as the sap expands. And speaking to everybody in Minnesota, there was one guy that's heard him. He said the trees in his yard and his deck pops a lot up in the Alexandria, Minnesota area. Minnesota. Look at that ice surface in the road. Damage has been done here. Complex terrain through the heart of the Ozarks. We'll be lucky if we even make it. 49 south of Fort Smith we are about to embark on. Trout are biting? Impossible. Elk River they're biting? We could be more than likely to get some thunder freezing rain, but look at this surface here, folks. Brutal conditions likely as the snow is falling. This elevated surface here is solid ice. Pretty countryside out here. We're going to be going by Walmart headquarters. We thought that the snowmax might happen in this region. We'll have to see what the second wave does. I wonder if the heavier snow is sliding a little bit further south per the latest model guidance.
Real quick. Check. Can you hear me? How you guys doing? Let me know if you could hear me.
I could just move faster on this, but I'm not for safety purposes. Pretty drive. Might be losing our signal a little bit here. I'm gonna plug in the Starlink.
Okay. I think you could hear me. Seems like you could hear me. Hopefully I'm not blowing out your eardrums or anything like that. Always after a while, we always have little issues, but the connection is fixed from last time. And we also have, but you do see that we got the those big pieces of granite on the side. That's interfering with the signal right now, but it looks like we're coming back. I still gotta get a few other things squared away, and then it's gonna be one of those streams where like in 20 minutes something cool will be added to the stream, and then another 20 minutes it just will keep building. So anyway, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Hope everybody's tucked in, locked in, and back to Reed. Boom.
Oklahoma right now. I just got a report from Chance. Interesting. Some kind of a warm nose or something in there. Yeah, I'll just drive 18 hours out there. No problem. I'm like 3 hours from the big ice out here. Definitely got to work this area. Getting more and more snow accumulation that happened from last night into this morning out here. I haven't slept. I didn't sleep last night. Usually I need about 4 or 5 inches. Today. Miles will be on I-40. We're going to curve back through Springdale, Fayetteville, and eventually on I-40, then the Pine Bluff, and probably even southeast from there. As this Arctic air mass continues to slide south, bringing the freezing rain zone deeper into the deep south. joining us. We've got Sleet moving into the South Oklahoma City Metro, very showery, setting up in CSI bands, convective slantwise instability out there. And at the same time, we have some snow showers up here in northwest Arkansas after they had more snow up here than further north. And as we continue to go southeast, I think we'll see more and more snow accumulation, be thicker and thicker. Careful in these situations. You don't want to cause any problems for anybody else, and you want to drive defensively in case somebody tries to cause problems for you out here. Just got to keep the tires rolling nice and smooth. No sharp accelerations or brakes. I did plug in the Starlink, Brian, if you want to see if that's pumping anything. Welcome, everybody. Just looks a little slick on that left lane. I can easily make it. It's just a risk assessment. Let's see how it feels first. Too easy. Oh, he just pulled over. Just shut it down back there. Semi. Snow is getting a little heavier too as we're going southeast. Flake density is increasing. There's lots of bridges and elevated surfaces here in northwest Arkansas. accumulation in the road too. Big gap in the Precip. There's a sinking motion there in between the bands. In Oklahoma City, it looks like the northwest side of Oklahoma City is getting a little bit, but it's showery in nature. There's not a lot of mid-level lift there. It's hard to get dendrites, hard to get snow when you don't have lift at 500 millibars when they form. But with that trough ejects, it's all going to change. Precip is definitely forming all the way back to the South Plains of Texas. Still tracking that freezing rain plume along I-70. That is not good. No bueno down there in Monroe. All the boot-in balls are probably in storage right now. Yazoo City has some heavier precip moving in. As do we. There's some banding organizing upstream right now, starting to run into the higher terrain here in the Ozarks. Notice how the visibility is going down. We're getting that haze, folks. Looking at a 12Z sounding there in Oklahoma City. It's very close to freezing, but it looks a little below. But if all your lift is concentrated at that level, you can still get sleet pellets. Water droplets form up there with warm advection regime, and then they fall into the sub-freezing air, refreeze into pellets. Sometimes you'll have a forecast for like 6 to 12 inches of snow, and you get like an inch and a half of sleet. Scenario. So you'll want to stay tuned because we are going to get down into the danger zone here probably by mid to late afternoon. Kind of in it now, but the real danger zone is that freezing rain plume. We have to go see Skitterman down there in El Dorado. Moisture coming in from southern and central Louisiana too. That's just going to slide up and over the Arctic air mass. Snowfall rates just a little bit better. You can see the snow is getting thicker on either side of the road. These elevated surfaces are intense. No cars in the road out here, which is a good sign. white stuff over there in the left lane. You notice how the roads have just continually deteriorated since we started the live. Coverage a couple of years ago on the DFW. That was crazy. Lots of elevated surfaces in the DFW Metroplex, so if you get any freezing rain, it just results in chaos out there. Visibility drop. You can see the distant hills out there. Probably looking at 3/4 of a mile visibility. Yeah, it's getting heavier. Heavier snow is moving in. It's going to be a big event up here in Northwest Arkansas. Definitely see the hazy conditions as the snowfall rates are increasing here. Northwest Arkansas near Fayetteville. But it is showery in nature even here, but as it runs into the higher terrain, it might get a little bit more robustness, consistency. Temperature's 12 degrees. Thanks for joining us, folks. Northwest Arkansas, the snow continues to get deeper as we head southeast, where the snowfall is heavier and more persistent. We're going to be dropping from Fayetteville down to Fort Smith, Arkansas. And then eventually down into Mississippi, Louisiana area. Coming into Bentonville, Walmart headquarters here. Just are joining us. This is the chain, the Team Dominator chain. Given to me at Burnsville speaking event last night. They 3D printed it. The weather enthusiast, future storm chaser. Here real quick and fire off an ads live AccuWe'll face ahead. We'll watch it in action as I point the camera at myself, my mug. They just keep blasting. Passing Pea Ridge here, near Bentonville, Arkansas. I just have to take a drain my lizard up here. Snow-covered road right there by definition. Look at that. There's a Walmart over here. We are dominating these conditions right now. Gonna top it off with gas. Drain my lizard and shoot an ads live. One sec here, gonna get some gas.
How's it going? All right. Well, let's take a look around. So here's where it's cold, pretty much everywhere, except for about down here and down here right now. And there are kind of like 4 bands across the US, and this is where we're headed generally. There's this ice storm warning down here, and you see that because we have some precipitation up here. Then we have the winter storm warning, which you see the text of down there. That's where we're going to go through this, and then we're going to end up down here. Winter storm warning. Then we have the winter weather advisory, and then these poor folks up here, the extreme cold warning. And you can see the temperatures there. We have -11, -8, -15, -9. And this isn't even with the wind chill. It is super cold. 66, yeah, it's and apparently it's 81 down in Florida there. Good for you guys. Here in where I am right now in Austin, it is temperatures are going down, 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 because you see this right here. This is going to keep working its way. Temperatures are going to keep going down a bit more for a little bit. Freeze overnight too. And, you know, that's when pipes burst and just hell breaks loose in Austin, because everybody has exterior water heaters and all this other stuff. And everybody's got generators. I'm originally from New Jersey, and I've come to appreciate New Jersey's power grid. But anyway, yeah, this is going to be one of those marathon ones. Things are just going to eventually get worse and worse and worse on the stream. So you see Reed is working his way down. I got to get my on-screen graphic stuff going a bit more, but he's going to be working its way down and then getting into the real ice stuff. And ice is going to be a problem in a lot of different places here. So over on this map, this is pretty much the same information. It just looks a little prettier because there's more pink. But you see, basically, here it is up here, coming in and hammering us down here. And I want to get some more of the model stuff basically queued up for you guys. But as always, when we're doing, we're fully in editing mode right now. And so then when we go to stream mode, things are broken because of Windows updates. I don't know how everybody else does it so perfectly. If you know the answers, let us know. Maybe it's testing beforehand. Oh man, this is really open. It's like a winter storm romance novel. Who do we have in chat here? Yeah, do you guys like Reed's chain? That's something. There's just awesome stuff that happens at the live events. The kids bring in scale models of the Dominator. That's the first chain that I've seen. Hold on, I'm trying to get chat up. There's chat. Hey guys. Who we got in here? Yeah, the usual suspects. Good to see you guys. How are the levels? Levels are pretty good. You guys are in for some good entertainment in the starting in a couple weeks here. The channel will, as always, again, come alive in that time of prime tornado season. 10 inches up here in Western New York. Yeah. Just let us know in chat what's going on by where you are. Right now it's cold by me. It's not quite freezing yet. We're 35 here in Austin. Hello, UK. I love you too. That's a cool picture of a shark. It's from my buddy Joe Ramiro. Okay, stand by 1 second here. See if we can get this up. Do we see fireworks? We don't want to hear them. All right, we're working here. 35 is cold for Austin, though. Austin is it gets very cold in the morning, then it'll heat up to about 60 in the middle of the day. But anyway, Reed's back. I'll check in with you guys in a little bit when I have more information.
We're gonna blast south toward the Fort Smith area, I-40, and then southeast toward the freezing rain band. That's the game plan right now. I'm gonna send you an ads live, Brian. I'm gonna pop it in. It's gotta upload Say as live to Brian. Just assess the snowpack out here. Talked about the slantwise convective instability a bit. Yeah, but we're gonna head southeast toward Pine Bluff. That's the game plan. Let's roll. See the road surfaces here are definitely snow-packed, and we've got another snow shower moving in. For 67 miles. I bet we end up in Mississippi tonight. It's the most likely scenario. Maybe northern Louisiana. Vicksburg area, I can see getting hammered by freezing rain. But I wonder if this ends up being the snowback somewhere up here in northern Arkansas. We get a little bit of orographic enhancement.
All right, let's see if I do this right. This reads as live.
Snow continues to fall here in Bentonville, Arkansas, very close to Walmart headquarters. And you can see they had a lot more snow further south where those snowfall rates were heavier and more persistent. Snow-covered roads are dominating the Ozark Mountain region out here, and there is some complex terrain, a lot of elevated surfaces out here, so roads are very treacherous. And there's also new snow starting to move in. It's a little bit showery coming in from the west with a little subtle short wave. I think that it's showery because the parcel is unstable as it lifts along a slant-wise surface. And that's what we're having here as that warm advection is pumping that moisture over top the Arctic air mass of sub-freezing air at the low levels, and we have a crippling ice storm continuing off to my south along the I-20 corridor. That includes Ruston, Monroe, even Shreveport, Arklatex region, and also further northeast to Greenville, Mississippi. Portions of northern Mississippi are just getting blasted by freezing rain rates up to a ½ an inch per hour. But here, showery precipitation is going to move in, and then I think this evening and overnight tonight, when that trough finally ejects, that's when the second wave is going to arrive, and that should result in more intense accumulation, likely exceeding a foot here in northwestern Arkansas, where some of the heavier snow is aided by the orography, some of the elevated terrain up here. It's making the precipitation a lot more consistent out here as well, and coupled with the complex terrain, it is creating a treacherous situation out here across northwestern Arkansas as this snow event continues. A multi-wave snow event. Ice storm continues off to the south along the I-20 corridor as that Arctic air mass continues to ooze off to the south, and the warm advection and moisture lifting up and over top that cold sub-freezing layer at the surface, which is relatively shallow, allows those water droplets to become super cooled and then freeze on impact. And that's when you get the accretion rates that could be a ¼ inch to a ½ an inch per hour down there in that intense band right along the I-20 corridor. Snow continues to fall here in Bentonville, Arkansas, very close to Walmart headquarters, and you can see they had a lot more snow. Snow showers will continue until the main batch moves in tonight here in northwest Arkansas. The Starlink for a little bit. Snow-packed roads, Bentonville, Arkansas, near Walmart headquarters. Headed down toward Fayetteville. Chain off and give my neck a break for a sec. That's freezing rain. It's accruing on the windshield. keep the windshield wipers moving to prevent that buildup of ice on the windshield and not run the defrost. Appear to be a little bit of freezing rain mixed in with these snow showers here now. That suggests that the lift is probably concentrated in the lower levels of the atmosphere, more warm advection driven. But that ice will accrue on these bare road surfaces. Springdale, next 5 exits. People are moving quite slow. There's some cars trying to pass to the left. It's good to take it slow because you don't really know what the freezing rain is doing on these roads. I might pass here soon. Take it slow on these roads. These are nasty. Lots of hills, turns, curves. This is getting serious. Next stop, Fort Smith. 49 South. Getting a little tired right now, but should be fine. See what happens when you get 4 or 5 inches of snow out of the south, and it just all cakes in the road, especially in these cold temperatures. southeast we go. It'll be interesting to see what it's like down near the I-40 corridor.
Sorry about that real quick, guys. The still doing some last minute prep here. So if you see it hang up, it'll be fixed quickly. Back to Reed.
Get very hungry in these cold temperatures. Seems like the road conditions are improving as we're headed a little bit south. Fayetteville. My good buddy Dan Scoff is a local meteorologist here. Went to school together. Chief meteorologist. Treatment of the roads doesn't work as good at these lower temperatures either. We're going to be watching that evening wave like a hawk when it comes out. Sunglasses on, it's so bright out here. Good heavens. It's like being on the moon. Be happy to note that Texas Roadhouse is open back there. All tires in that SUV just hauling ass left.
Yeah, I had to double check that our heat tape around our pipes was working. So this is a little thermal gun here. Basically, if you don't know what heat tape is, exterior water heater, freezing temperatures, those pipes are going to freeze. The only good solution I found is this. Literally, it's just like a long ribbon that you plug in and it just heats up and you just wrap it around your pipes and it keeps them from freezing. It's worked before. Glad it's working now. There's going to be a lot of burst pipes across these United States.
About to play a jam. We're really trying to target those half an inch to, or a quarter inch to half an inch per hour accretion rates with that freezing rain band that's anchored on the I-20 corridor right through Monroe. Sleep like 12 hours tonight. I don't want to miss this core of the freezing rain event, so. Snowplow on the left. Slippery out here. Snowpack. Look at this. Just going through a snowfield out here. Long duration winter storm. Yep. Ask my mom if anything's happening there because she is right in an ice storm warning zone, upstate South Carolina. She said nothing yet. And that event's going to arrive, I think, tonight. Yeah, first wave will make it out there. Snow continues to get deeper as we're headed southeast. We got Fayetteville coming up here. Might be like this all the way down to I-40, another 48 miles. To go up and over this terrain.
Okay, I'm going to jump in with a little treat for you guys here. So we've been messing around with the footage from this legendary chase season, and there's such good stuff in between the chases. And we've experimented a little bit. Here's the scene. Now, partially, you'll note this is made with AI a little bit here, so don't yell at me. But honestly, it wouldn't exist anyway. I never would have commissioned this. Here it is. You'll remember the story if you watch the stream.
All right, you're live.
All right, hello, folks. We just survived an incident at the Waffle House. There was this crazy manager or something next door at the Motel 6 at Tom Bodette near the Little Rock Airport. And the guy claimed that we took his fence down. We're like, no, we didn't take down your fence. There's security footage here at the Waffle House. And then he got an inch away from my face and had his hand on his gun. And then we were worried that, that it was going to be the end of our lives at that moment. But thankfully, Carson was able to defuse the situation. We pulled the manager of the Waffle House, grabbed the security camera footage, and showed a white F-150 pulling down. It was a barbed wire line, too, that the guy put back there. So maybe he's running some kind of operation out of that motel. But, yeah, it was nuts. Yeah, that was the closest we've come to risking our life in 27 years of storm chasing, though. I guarantee you that.
All right, you're live.
All right, hello.
So there you go. That's the great work we've been doing in the off season there. Yeah, we're figuring it out. It doesn't really fit with like the general audience, but people who like the chase, like, this is great stuff. Anyway. Nice little pocket here of decent roads.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We are going through Fayetteville, Arkansas right now, northwest Arkansas. Snow-packed roads. These are the worst of the driving conditions that we've seen so far. But I think it's going to continue to get worse as we head off to the southeast. There's a narrow ribbon where the freezing rain zone is. Super cooled water falling into a shallow sub-freezing layer and freezes on impact. And when we come into that freezing rain of 0.25 to 0.5 inch accretion rates per hour, that's going to be getting caked on the windshield unless we can maintain proper thermodynamics inside the vehicle. Extreme conditions out here, folks. This is what happens when you get this winter weather down here in the south. Visibility is still pretty low down here too as these bands of snow continue to move in. Even stopping here and covering the snow max, that'd be a bad idea, but we're gonna try to punch into the ice. Definitely see the snowflake size is decent here. And we're going to have this showery precip until the main event arrives this evening. It's gonna be a long day. Pull up radar here, take a look. Yeah, this is just snow showers banking up against the Ozark Plateau. Still trying to band up there in northern Oklahoma. Up Guthrie, Edmond, back toward Watonga, toward Enid, some decent banding of the snow. Upstream across the South Plains of Texas, it does look like that trough is finally ejecting. There's kind of a more consistent shield of precipitation that's developing there to the west of Lubbock. We're chasing that Morton tornado, one a mile wide dustbuster, pink eye machine. Zoom in and I can show you the snow showers a little better. Whenever you zoom in, it really makes the flakes pop. Look at those flakes pop, folks. Thank you, Brian, for working in some of that content. If you find a trout stream along this, we will stop and catch a hog, maybe live. in the snowstorm. I was going to go to Mountain Home and work Norfolk Reservoir during this snowstorm, but I have to do that after the Hattiesburg event on January 30th. If there's a coastal storm to chase, we might have to chase that. There's also an increasing tornado threat down southern Alabama, coastal Mississippi, into the Florida Panhandle to southwest Georgia tonight, into the early morning hours tomorrow. That's when the trough finally kicks out. Greenland, 1 mile. Beautiful country up here in northwest Arkansas. Great place for fall colors and nature. Water moccasins. Quartz crystals, too, you can dig here. Gotta meet up with my friends at Avant Mining one of these times. That precipitation shield just came together a little bit late for Oklahoma City to get slammed, and then it all came to Arkansas. We're gonna have to turn on the defrost again. Stay tuned. Gotta heat up that windshield. Warm it up and it'll melt the ice that's accumulating on the windshield. Showery activity in the afternoon out here. dendrites, probably some lift starting to advance out at the mid-levels out there in Oklahoma. Update again. I've got some updates from the Oklahoma City Metro. Big snowflakes coming down. That mid-level lift is starting to eject, and you can also see west of Lubbock the expanding precipitation shield out there. As that trough is starting to move, you're getting some positive vorticity advection out there. That's going to slide over Oklahoma tonight. It's still going to dump in Oklahoma City, and there is some banding setting up. North Oklahoma City Metro up near Edmond, Guthrie area, back to Watonga. Some nice banding is happening. Now we are trying to drop down to the freezing rain zone. Yeah, there's like some 40 plus dBz out there. I wonder if that's bright banding to the west of OKC, but near Weatherford, maybe a little, maybe some wet snow. That wouldn't make sense that it's wet snowflakes, so that's probably convective snow. There's some big snowfall rates to the west of Oklahoma City that's going to be moving in. Pretty showery but consistent. You know, there's not a complete lull in between the showers. It just goes to light snow and then some bursts to moderate out here. So still accumulating. Pretty thick snow too, evident in the woods out there. Stay with us. We're going to be covering this long duration snow and ice storm, crippling ice storm down along the I-20 corridor, Monroe, Vicksburg, probably toward Greenville, Grenada. I got some power trucks that are about to pass me here. They might be heading down to the zone. Some linemen heading down to the ice storm zone, the crippling ice storm, grinding through the snow-packed roads here of central Arkansas. There they're going, heading southbound to the danger zone. to add crippling ice storm in the title. Dominator 4 is a good four-wheel drive, big tires, lots of grip. Gonna get the Nitto tires on this thing soon. Snow is increasing in intensity as I'm heading south. Oh, we got some issues up here. There'll be a truck that's stuck up here. Roads out here. Look at this. It's elevated surfaces, mountain roads. Starting to experience a little bit of fatigue right now. Scenery here in the Ozarks, snow covered. Some droplets on and mixed in with this, even some sleet pellets. That's how you can tell that it's the lift is pretty low level. They appear warm convection. State Park, exit 45. Put that defrost back on. Here comes another shower. Fascinating. Meteorologically, with the mixed precipitation, mostly snow right now here. What really matters the source of the lift for precipitation type. If the source of the lift is in the mid levels of the atmosphere, you'll get more dendrites. Space in the low levels is probably more warm convection, precipitation, smaller flakes, freezing drizzle. Safety first. And we're definitely mixing in with freezing rain right now. Alarming update. Gotta be kidding me. Starting to get some freezing rain mixing in here. This is what we came here for. Deep south, freezing rain, crippling ice storm. Now these semi-trucks that are teaming up have slowed down, of course, on the downslope. Just terrified after riding my ass. Heavy vehicles. Careful on these downslopes. Dropping in to I-40 up the Ozark Plateau. Sky's getting brighter as we're mixing more and more freezing drizzle in. Suggests that the lift is definitely getting based closer and closer to the surface. Meanwhile, that heavy precipitation moving into OKC. Weatherford, looks like you're getting pounded right now. Another area of heavy precipitation coming up from Lawton. Big gorge down there. Freezing rain. Temperature 14 degrees. Liquid water falling on the windshield. Big frickin' problems if this continues. I think when that lift comes in at 500, it should change it over to all snow. It's definitely all snow further up the plateau. But yeah, we got freezing rain here just north of Fort Smith. See the water droplets trying to accrue on the windshield, but it's above freezing. These elevated surfaces are nasty with freezing rain. 14 degrees. Gotta add a little heat to the windshield. That's gonna sound like a jet engine on your end. How about this as an elevated surface? some heavier snow again as they're heading south. So the visibility starts to drop, getting closer to I-40. Some traffic coming up here. Mississippi at 6 p.m., so we'll be there probably right as that freezing rain is starting to exit into the next round we'll be moving in. Folks, for tuning in. I am starting to get a little some fatigue. I had to stay up all night to get down here from Minnesota after my Burnsville speaking event. And blasting south to get to that freezing rain zone. The rough target is kind of Greenville, Mississippi down toward Monroe. And I think when that evening round comes in, that'll probably be the backbreaker tonight. Into tomorrow morning, that freezing rain pops in. Crippling ice storm. Going through the Boston Mountains Scenic Loop area. Near that area, not this one in particular. Look how beautiful it is out here, folks. Beautiful snowfall on this orography. back working again. In order to sustain it, though, I at least gotta get 4 hours of sleep. I just have the Game of Thrones song running in my head. Ooh, nice triple straight. Work that. Today? Is today a weekend or what? I don't keep track of the days of the week, just the number of the day. Days of the week are irrelevant to me because I don't celebrate weekends. I just celebrate Mother Nature. It's happening. Smith State Park, exit 29. See a fishing sign. our Super Tuesday event. February 12th, 2008. That was when I first got the Chevy Tahoe. That was a base vehicle, the Dominator 1, and took it out and blew it up. And it was a base vehicle, the Dominator 1. Temperature 19 degrees here. This is kind of the lull in between the two waves that we're moving into. Just cruising on this, and I like to tap the brakes, especially in the vicinity of these elevated surfaces here. Complex orography. It's going to be a slow pickle for a lot of this chase. right now. Target area is Greenville, Mississippi, down there. I know I've got a lot of friends in the Taco Bell drive-thru down there in Greenville. Hopefully, if you guys are still there, I'll swing by and say hello. Yeah, stretch out the neck beard. Growing the Andrew Luck beard. Chuck Norris. I had people coming up to me at the airport all the time asking if I'm Chuck Norris even. I think he's like 85 years old, but still dominating. Still trains. I was a big fan of Chuck Norris growing up. Walker, Texas Ranger. Used to watch it every Saturday night. Walker, Trevette, Cahill. Yeah, Chuck Norris. Unstoppable force. Met a guy in London, our waiter out there, that was a huge fan of Chuck Norris, and he thought I was Chuck Norris. He was going crazy all around our table, and I had to tell him I'm not Chuck Norris. Just have the same eye shape and beard shape. Chuck Norris chasing the ice storm today. I'm seeing some nice accumulations of like 4 inches or so on those sedans that are going by. Hey Brian, you should play we'll send you the tree pop reel, the tree explosion reel if you want. One where I have 2 pops in it. Sometimes you hear a 10-minute video. Say the vertical one because I put 2 explosions in there, simulating the sound of a tree sap explosion. It's more of a pop. It does look like even though the road conditions are improving, it looks like there was more snow here. liquid water droplets, super cool water droplets falling from the sky. melting any of the snow, that's for sure. What fell is still here, and I-40 looks like a mess. Just look at it. Just freaking look at it. Will you just look at it? I-40, target area, Greenville, Mississippi, probably down south from there, maybe down to Vicksburg. And then that'll put us in play for the tornado threat tomorrow, mid-south, southwestern Georgia. Just looking down at my big tires dominating the road surface, ripping it. Almost as good as the Terra Grappler. Yeah, you can feel the chunks of ice. Everything's freezing, 20 degrees out here. Gotta put my driving chain back on. That is the Team Dominator logo right there. That's a tornado. This is a chain. Thank you to the Future Storm Chaser that 3D printed this. Gave it to me at the Burnsville, Minnesota event. Tyson chicken truck here, and it's really squeezing me off, pinching me off here in the left lane. Love some chicken nuggets right now. Gizmo would love some chicken nuggets right now. Well, we got a nice, consistent signal for you, Brian. That you like, dang on. Gotta be kidding me with this. You gotta be kidding me with that. Gotta be kidding me with this. Gotta be kidding me with that. Yeah, the presentation Dominate the Storm. We talked about what it feels like inside of a tornado, shared the data we collected. Research we're doing, the Dominators, plans for Dominator 5. Will Clay 25 is going to have to build Dominator 5. So, that probably will happen next off season. I think we're going to get another season out of the Dominator 3 this year since we're rebuilding the hood. Leon and Perkins used to work with the Street Outlaws on Discovery Channel, and he rebuilt the hood to even withstand a moose impact in Dominator 3. One time I hit a giant porcupine in southern Manitoba in the pitch black. I thought it was a bear. It was that big. And there were actually porcupine quills sticking out of the tire. Poor thing. I love porcupines. Might have been able to see a hedgehog out there in Isle of Man. Saw some signs for it. Had to take in a lot of caffeine to stay this alert. Drank like 8 cups of coffee and just sweats. Passing Mulberry right now. Gizmo and I were on a tornadic storm. Crazy wall cloud here near Mulberry, Arkansas. The pandemic, we were sleeping in the car, living off McDonald's chicken nuggets, and that's why Gizmo lived to be 17 years old. But I had drone footage of that thing, just a ground scraper of a wall cloud. You could tell it was about to produce a tornado, and I ended up dropping one northeast in the higher terrain. I couldn't quite get to it because of the complex road network out here. Radar out there in Oklahoma. With that heavier precip scooping in. Man, it feels balmy compared to minus 20 yesterday in Minnesota, where I was on the lookout for exploding trees. Just saying, as live, Brian, the exploding trees. It does look like heavier precipitation is moving into the Oklahoma City metro. There's a little hole in the precip there. It looks like some heavier precip might even hit Team Dominator headquarters, which was almost hit by an EF2 tornado on January 8th. On January 8th, that QLCS tornado passed very close to Team Dominator headquarters. The mesoscale discussion now is in northern Mississippi into central and eastern Tennessee and northwestern Alabama. Big ice storm, I think probably a mix up there in Nashville, but that warm nose when the trough ejects is eventually going to pump northward. Maybe change everything over to rain, but not after the damage is going to be done in Nashville. Heavy freezing rain right now extends from near Greenville, Mississippi, all the way up through Corinth, east of Jackson, up through Nashville, especially south of there, southern Tennessee, Lawrenceburg, Shelbyville, moving over to Chattanooga. It's going to get in on it. And it's going to be extending to my mom's place soon. Road conditions aren't really improving, and you wouldn't expect it to with the surface temp so low. Four-wheel drive on, folks. Sheet of ice out here. Sheet of ice. Did you guys see that pull out? Pulled out of that very easy, but this is dangerous road conditions right here. I didn't know how to pull out of a fishtail. We would have had problems there. I'm sure you saw it wave back and forth. Very dangerous conditions out here. Someone's gonna hit that patch of ice back there and have big problems. there's solid ice. Solid freaking ice out here. All the debris on the left from vehicles getting out of control here. Holy cow. No, I'm not going in the ditch. You got to turn against it the way that it's swaying. But these roads are nasty. Hopefully got the blood flowing. I got semis coming in, hauling ass behind me, hitting this sheet of ice here probably. See the car in front of me slowing down, they probably hit it. It's just because I had rear wheel drive, I took 4x4 off and then hit that ice with the rear wheel drive. It was a rookie mistake there, folks. It's a new truck, so getting used to what it can handle too. But if you hit a sheet of ice, there's not much you can do. It's slippery as that. Oh, got some issues up here. Good thing I had my driving chain on around my neck. We do have freezing rain out here, and it's not making the conditions better on these roads. You've got caked snow with freezing drizzle on top of it right now. We pulled out of it. Textbook maneuver to counter the fishtail. But if you have rear-wheel drive, you don't want to be on these roads, that's for sure. We're back in 4x4, dominating again. these roads are sheets of ice. I-40. These big loads, the heavy loads, the big load, you can handle some of the icy conditions a little better. If I had a big load in the back of the pickup truck too, that would probably help. It would be a rear wheel, but four wheel is the way to go. Wide load. Load management. What's this guy doing? He's driving nice. Semis can't shut it down in the snow and ice apocalypse. I sure would. Get in that bed in the back there and chill out. Let the conditions improve. But here I am driving through it. I kind of enjoy it. This is an icy surface here potentially. See the cloud base ahead, really low cloud bases in this warm advection regime. I'm in between Fort Smith and Little Rock right now. I-40. Arkansas. This is in Arkansas, folks. We're in ice storm chasing mode, a crippling ice storm happening, especially down near the I-20 corridor, but we've got freezing drizzle up here along the I-40 corridor on top of that packed in snow. And it created a very slippery condition right there. Had some rear wheel drive, we were fishtailing, you gotta turn into it. Fishtail all day down this if we had both lanes open, but looks like we got some more problems up ahead. Something's happening on the right side of the road. I'm going 25 miles an hour, guys. I got these semis just passing me all over the place. Looks like these are linemen up here. Can't slow to a stop in the middle of the highway either. I'm in Ozark, Arkansas. I'll fire up the GPS. Just came from Minnesota. Didn't look like this up there. Oh boy, there's a lot of emergency lights up here. So I've been grinding to a halt here, folks. Looks like that semi is going really slow. Having trouble getting a grip on there on the right. Mount Magazine State Park, exit 35. This is really slippery here, I think. I think they put chains on them. Must have been stuck. Got going again. It's a lineman in front of us heading down to the power outage zones down in that freezing rain. This is bad. Looks like they're getting off there. Slippery conditions. The roads are nuts. I just looked at them down there. Sheer ice. tire track marks on either side of the road as people spun off. Right last night. Service. It's getting a new hood built right now by Leon up in Perkins, Oklahoma, and it's going to be able to handle a moose impact. That's because we hit a deer after the Gary, South Dakota tornado caved it in. Freezing rain. It's kind of like a compaction of snow and sleet. Freezing rain on top of it. Temperature 19, so it very easily turns into sheer ice. Put some salt out here. Surface. Just immersive coverage, folks. The road's actually pretty manageable for a four-wheeler, as long as you go very slow. Not a lot of vehicles out, just trucks. Semi-trucks. You see the stratus, low cloud bases, warm advection type skies. And the precipitation. Where there was a tornado in 2008, that February event. February 7th? I think it was February 7th. to go to Little Rock, and then we're headed southeast toward Greenville, Mississippi. That band of freezing rain is down there, and it's been dumping over a 1/4 inch per hour accretion rates down there. So there's probably some big problems along the I-20 corridor, Monroe, Louisiana, to Greenville, Mississippi. Maybe even down to Vicksburg. I went to look at a surface map. Can't do that in a little bit. But the main wave is still coming. It's coming tonight through tomorrow. There's even a NATO cast 10% tornado risk tomorrow. Kind of centered over southwestern Georgia, Florida Panhandle region. On your Altus, not Atkins. So we may even pivot to tornado chase mode tomorrow, but probably be working that crippling freezing rain. And if there's a decent low-level jet, which there's going to be as that trough ejects, there definitely could be tornadoes tomorrow, maybe even quite a few. And if there is, we got to be there for it. Chase the tornado. Sometimes even those broader, positively tilted troughs will have a tail end port that'll pop out. It was originally a closed low near Baja, Mexico, and then the trough picked it up finally. It took a long time. Had multiple waves of precipitation so far. Especially in Oklahoma further west. But the main event's still coming out tonight, and that trough ejects. That'll provide some lift at 500 millibars in the snow growth region where the dendrites grow. Disabled semis back there. Flashing yellow lights. The road looks a little bit better here as we're getting closer to Little Rock. We're about 100 miles west of Little Rock. Once we get down further south in Mississippi, we'll start seeing the ice accretion on the trees. Probably see some power outages, snapped limbs. We got emergency lights up here. Freezing rain, 19 degrees. Not good. right now moving through here in between the waves, trying to catch the back end of the lead wave. Meanwhile, some heavier showers, snow showers, sleet has moved into central Oklahoma. That's still ahead of the main wave. Sleet expected to expand across parts of the Tennessee Valley, the southern Appalachians through late afternoon. The most likely corridor for appreciable accretion appears centered on north central Mississippi, northwest Alabama, and southeast Tennessee. On the windshield right now with this freezing rain. Some decent freezing rain in this area. Who knows what's moving back north, or precipitation is based in the low levels of the atmosphere. Warm convection type. Turn this off 1 second. Getting ice accumulation on the windshield with freezing rain. That's falling on this road surface. You're freezing rain. Snow and sleet. You gotta beat that line back. Freeze over the windshield, folks. This is some decent freezing rain. You can hear it on the windshield. Ice line is advancing now. It's starting to get pushed back. Frost is working. back that freezing line on the windshield. You can hear it scrape. There's a little bit of sleet mixed in with the freezing rain. between the two waves, so there's not a lot of vertical motion in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. And that's how we're getting this super cooled water droplets falling from the sky. Textbook freezing rain. It freezes on impact, falls into that sub-freezing layer, super cool, and then freezes on impact. Live too for AccuWeather. Live stream. Freezing rain, winds and sleet. 100 miles west. Look at some models here, some radar. Cases is open. Yeah, grenade is Casey's Breakfast Pizza and then punch it to northern Mississippi. Seems like the play, and it's where the most freezing rain or pool has happened. Shoot a quick ads live. Gotta keep the windshield wipers going. Look at the sleet. freezing rain and sleet on the windshield. Look at those super cold water droplets coming down, folks. So we do have problems. I just assessed the hood, and Brian, I'm going to send you a video that shows that sleet falling as well. Yep. I just sent that sleet video right there. Textbook sleet, folks. Oh, that guy just slid out. Oh, he's fishtailing. Oh, we pulled out of it. Right behind. Jeez. Freezing rain happening here now. This is the problem. Freezing rain coming down. This is a problem here in central Arkansas now. Let's have a more prominent warm nose. That road on that turn, folks. Vehicles come down that, they will slide. Yeah. Yeah, how are you doing? How's it going? Thank you. Just working the storm. Yeah. For AccuWeather and a live stream. Yeah, it's pretty slick out there. It looks like it's changed over to freezing rain and sleet now. Yeah, it's gonna be a mess. This continues with the super cool water coming down. You have sleet and freezing rain mix. Yeah, and that main wave is coming down tonight. Yeah. You too. Nice to meet you guys. Getting pure freezing rain here on the windshield, mixing with a little bit of sleet in the Clarksville, Arkansas area. So I think conditions could be deteriorating here. I'm gonna go into Casey's, get a breakfast pizza. right back. Watch some super cool droplets hitting. nice family here from Clarksville, Arkansas. Nice to meet you guys. And yeah, it is pure freezing rain out here. That's the update. 100 miles west of Little Rock, and the walking conditions even are nearly impossible, especially with bulb shoes like I have. But sliding all around, there's definitely freezing rain. I analyzed the hood very closely. You can see the super cool water droplets and the sleet coming down. We love Arkansas. Very nice to meet you guys. So Rooster Coffee, but yeah, that's the update. Freezing rain out here, sleet happening, and I'm gonna keep going east until it gets impossible to travel, and then we'll stop and cover the storm at that location. This guy in the road is here. That should be fine. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get on I-40 here. Just got a Rooster Coffee. It's turning my face all red. But definitely dangerous out here, folks. Incredibly slippery conditions even at 15 miles an hour. It's getting hot in here as well. Brian's going to play some of those clips for you. We're about to hit the road again. Icy, icy. Freezing rain mixed with sleet. That's the update. 40 east. Worse. Conditions are deteriorating. It's going to be a mess in the morning. This is supposed to be in between the two waves. Look at that icy surface. I saw the comment about getting wheels on pavement, but that darker color on the left, I think that it's more easy for the freezing rain to accrue even on that. Might even be smoother. At least I can get some traction kind of in this slush. Be more of a freezing drizzle now. Tell what a mess everything is. You read the comments, everybody arguing with each other. To meet that family out there from Clarksville. Their son is a very talented welder and engineer, I bet. And he's going to be able to build his own Dominators and Storm Chase. And it's exciting to see the next generation of Storm Chasers. They are going to hit the road with interceptors, science missions, the ability to code. They'll probably be the generation that's able to shut these tornadoes down. Good buddy Jaden Pappenheim, I think, is just ahead of me. Might be changing over to snow. We just got this rain-snow mix up here. Light flurry now. Think Little Rock is going to end up with as a snowfall total when this thing is all said and done. Put your totals in the comments. Coffee is intense. Looks like we got mainly snow shower activity now, so out mixed with freezing rain. I do see some super cool water falling on the windshield in the Clarksville area. So it's definitely freezing drizzle, sleet, small snowflakes. You can tell that these are forming at relatively low levels of the atmosphere, driven by warm advection out here. Yeah, I'm just out here showing you how bad the roads are, so people don't attempt to hit the road. Not many people are out right now, for sure. Wide open. Semi trucks are getting the job done. Lots of them are getting stuck though, especially back there in the hilly terrain on I-4. Oh, there's fishtailing behind me. Semi coming fast. This is fishtailing. Not a good sign. Hopefully just pass me. Back end kind of swung out wide, and that must be a light load. Coffee at 4 a.m. and it got me through the middle of the night. Starting to get some ice accrual on the windshield again, but right now our master plan is to push it east into northern Mississippi, and that's probably where we're going to hunker down for the duration of the event because it gives me options to chase a tornado threat tomorrow in the trough ejects or hone in on the crippling freezing rain. I think this event is more about the ice storm than the heavy snow, especially that dry air entrainment happening in Oklahoma. But it's in between the waves. That was expected to weaken those showers out there. And there is definitely some heavier precipitation moving in this evening and overnight out there as the trough ejects. Long duration ice storm. Mississippi, northern Louisiana ice, or hang here and wait for the main wave to come. And very easily could be snow here when that happens. But it might pull a warm nose northward and might even get some more freezing rain. Feet ahead of us. Temperature is holding at 19 degrees. This rooster coffee is making me go nuts. off some of that water. Probably some good fishing. Local man weather. So I always mention that. He's a fish expert. Game of Thrones theme song out of my head. Good heavens. Side of the road pretty easily. Polk County. Pretty soon to see how the conditions are out there. After dark, too, yeah, then there's so much more precipitation to move in. to cover the duration of this ice storm. When that system ejects, that's when it's really going to begin. Not sure if I should do northern Mississippi or somewhere in Tennessee. Probably further east of Memphis away, if I do stay in Tennessee. The advantage of Mississippi is if the tornado threat tomorrow materializes, I'll be within range. Everybody, we're in Russellville, Arkansas right now, and light precipitation, but my game plan now is to position in the hardest hit area by the freezing rain and ride out the main wave when it ejects later on, late night tonight and through tomorrow. This event is just getting started. Probably pull over east of Little Rock somewhere and assess the models. Look at the short fuse models. Ice accretion. Just the raw amount that falls of supercooled water is not the most accurate estimate of how much ice will accrue. But this event's also hitting my family in the Carolinas. Just hasn't arrived yet. It's about to, though. So fast. Jeez. Good heavens. That guy's nuts. That guy's nuts! This is about the view you're going to have. It's going to gradually get more dark with time. want to use this window in between the two waves to get down into the action area for pure freezing rain. You really got to feather prediction of a warm nose. See how that sets up. Got some guy coming up fast in this left lane, so I have to get over to the less favorable lane. Put my tires in that traction on the right. Piles of sleet and snow on the right. You can feel it. Feel the traction. Getting used to this new truck, the new Dominator 4. Icing, it's game over. Goodman just saw a funnel cloud next to the Kilauea volcano eruption, lava flow. Sent me video, it's pretty amazing. What a find. He was my Nature Quest teammate in Science Olympiad. We were the national champions. And in tree identification too, 1996. Tree identification, insect identification, pretty much all life sciences, physical sciences and everything. Kind of into it. You see that the sky is starting to get lighter. We might be approaching the back edge of the lead wave. Meanwhile, northern Mississippi is getting slammed. Do you think Grenada is probably the target? Separates temperatures in the upper 20s, even up near freezing. It's the teens back behind it. It's 18 degrees here. Northeast winds. Hey, just headed to Jackson, Tennessee. Up to freezing in Monroe, Louisiana, 32 or 29. There's definitely a boundary down there near the Arkansas-Louisiana border. Moderate snow there south of Oklahoma City. New mesoscale discussion out in Texas says that energy is beginning to pop out. Really expanding down near Lubbock. The energy's coming out, folks, and it's heading right for the Oklahoma City metro. That's going to be the big event. Several inches of snow tonight. decrease. Sleet in Memphis. Ice storm warning has been issued for my mom's place. January 26th at 1 p.m. Call my mom. Hey, it looks really bad there.
It's not doing anything.
It's coming in. The ice storm warning continues till the 26th at 1 p.m.
What day is today?
24th.
24th? Yeah, it goes until Monday at noon.
Yeah, that's going to be some big problems for you guys.
Yeah, Courtney's getting her packed up to come to my house.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, she needs to go there. It's going to be bad.
She's even bringing the bird.
She's bringing the bird.
She thinks it's 8-year-old by herself.
Yeah, you can't leave the bird in an ice storm all by
Hello? Hey, guys. Gonna get Reed back here. Sorry. Sorry I've been a little absent today. There was gasoline involved. There was a generator involved. No explosion, so that was good. But mistakes were made. And that's all I'll say. And I was also queuing up some stuff that Reed had sent to me. Let me continue to queue that up for you now. Basically, he sent me some quick edits of all the craziness that he's actually seeing there. So, bingo, bango, bongo, 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 bongo. Here, bam. He's coming back too. Help. You didn't join in an awkward part. This is where we become friends. Upload that little baby. How's everybody doing? Who has below zero temperatures in the chat? Was not trying to fuel up the generator while it was running. It was bad maintenance of a generator, basically. On my part, I'll take ownership of that. -7 in Chicago. Well, you did have that good Hail Mary pass a week ago, even though you guys lost. Sorry to bring it up. That was an amazing play. Ill-advised, but what are you going to do? Wind chill, -7 in Missouri. 15 in Denver. 4 in Missouri. Yeah, Missouri's getting hammered, guys. I'm going to show you the temps here, but I want to bring up all right. You guys saw the Muppet Show before? Just got a text from a friend saying, I'm trying to get my daughter to watch Interstellar with an open mind. I love Interstellar. I always have. Okay, sorry about this. Here we go. What do we have here? We have... All right, we're going to play a couple things for you here. These are things that Reed sent me here. So that's a couple of minutes after that. I think we have the goods on here. Hold on.
We've got pure freezing rain accruing on the windshield here, just to the west of Little Rock. That's also accruing on the road surface. and the compacted snow and sleet.
That truck is.
We've got pure freezing rain
going way
accruing
too
on the
fast.
windshield here.
Way too
Just
fast
to
in
the
those
west of
conditions.
Little
If you
Rock.
see a truck hauling
That's
ass
also
like that
accruing
in
on the
these
road
conditions,
surface
get
and the
way
compacted
over.
snow and sleet. We've got pure freezing rain accruing. At Sleet, Clarksville, Arkansas.
And the last one, I'm going to show you one more after it. After
At
this.
Sleet, Clarksville, Arkansas. Snow and sleet that fell earlier, and it is creating an
upside down,
absolute mess on Interstate 40 just to the west of Little Rock right now. Solid ice in spots, especially those elevated
Just let it play.
surfaces. I saw several stranded semi-trucks out there as well, getting towed out, moving very slowly uphill out here. And you can see the sleet here accumulating on the
And look,
hood. And
Reed's feet starting
there's
back
also
up here.
freezing rain. There's accretion happening
let's
on the hood as well. And that's because we have freezing rain mixed with sleet out here right now. And this is in between the two waves. The main wave is going to be ejecting tonight. That's when that upper level storm system finally pops out. And it could lead to some tornado potential tomorrow, southern Georgia into the Florida Panhandle. There is probably going to be a strong low-level jet that's going to create necessary low-level wind shear for tornadoes tomorrow in the warm sector of this system. But there's going to be a lot of upper-level dynamics overnight tonight through tomorrow. That's going to accelerate the freezing rain rates and also make that warm nose a little more prominent just above ground. So the worst is still to come. This right here was the first wave, and it has caused a lot of problems throughout Arkansas along the I-40 corridor, down into northern Louisiana and into portions of northern Mississippi. And that freezing rain is starting to push into southeastern Tennessee now as well. So definitely not a break in between waves because it has shifted over to freezing rain because the
Michael,
lift
this is
is
kind of the
located at the low
off-season
levels of the
for us.
atmosphere. This is purely
Little bit.
warm advection-based precipitation.
You subscribe, you're
Definitely
gonna see some
dangerous
stuff
roads
that
out there
you're
happening
really
here in
gonna enjoy
Clarksville,
in a couple
Arkansas,
weeks.
just to the west, about 100 miles west
but-
of Little Rock.
I'll also show
In Clarksville,
show one
Arkansas,
more
the
preview of
precipitation
some
is
of the
beginning to change over
fantastic
to
content
freezing
coming your
rain.
way.
There was this crazy manager or something next door at the Motel 6 at Tom Bodette near the Little Rock Airport. And the guy claimed that we took his fence down. We're like, no, we didn't take down your fence. There's security footage here at the Waffle House. And then he got an inch away from my face and had his hand on his gun. And then we were worried that, that it was going to be the end of our lives at that moment. But thankfully, Carson was able to defuse the situation. We pulled the manager of the Waffle House, grabbed the security camera footage, and showed a white F-150 pulling down. It was a barbed wire line, too, that the guy put back there. So maybe he's running some kind of operation out of that motel. But, yeah, it was nuts. Yeah, that was the closest we've come to risking our life in 27 years of storm chasing, though. I guarantee you that.
You're live.
Yeah, so there it is. That was AI. Don't yell at us. There's a lot of things that happen off camera that are such good stories. Sometimes you just gotta. We wouldn't have paid an artist to do that because it just would have been ridiculous. So that's I think a good use of AI. Anyway, Reed is back. Yeah, that was a wild story. Anyway, let me make sure Reed's connection is stable here. Yeah, one of the best parts of this is just spotting all the things that gradually go wrong with these pictures. First, I really like the team right here. You can see here's Will. There's Will, our rocket man. He's holding the rocket. There's Reed in the "You Gotta Be Kidding Me" shirt. There's Local Man. And this is Carson, who is our camera guy here. As it keeps going, like everybody just kind of morphs a little bit. And then Reed has a beard and another head growing out of his chest. Anyway, Reed's got a good signal. He's going into the heart of all this madness. And back to the chase.
Chaos out there. Still getting snow here. Closing in on Little Rock. I'm like 50 miles west of Little Rock, and it's all snow. We're getting closer. Definitely all snow here as we're closing in on Little Rock. We had that freezing rain to the west. Ice accumulation on power lines and tree limbs may cause widespread and long-lasting power outages. That's in upstate South Carolina. Large limbs can fall on structures, posing a threat to life and property. Bigger signal out there, and the geography supports it.
Hey. Hi. Hello. Let's check in on some of this stuff. All right. So let me switch these for a second here. So we have several bands of action, as you can see, and there's even one all the way up here. And we have wind out in front of this, right? Then we have extreme cold. Then we have extreme cold. Then we have the ice storm warning. Those are the ones really to be. I mean, all of this is dangerous. Ice storm warnings, heads up about that. All these ice storm warnings all throughout here. These are the winter storm warnings, the pink that goes all the way up, all the way from Austin, Jersey, all the way down to Chihuahua, Juarez. Then up here, we have the extreme cold. Again, you can see the -4 temperatures up here. Yeah, it is. It's definitely a blast, and you can see the blast coming down this way and moving up here. And yeah, it's just really cold. But you probably knew that. Copy that. Reed's checking in. See you guys in a little bit. Thank you to the moderators. Thanks to everybody. Be right back. Okay, I kind of left out why I originally jumped in. I wanted to show you guys where Reed was. So Reed's about here, right? And he's making his way through. And we also have, precipitation up in certain areas here. So he's kind of meandering, getting his way down into the action right now. He's looking at the models. He's looking at several different things to pick his next, basically where things are going to be the most extreme. So that's what we're doing right now. And hot chocolate. I'll play more bloopers. Yeah. Maybe that's what it is. It's just bloopers. We could do that. I'll do more Spider-Man drawings. So you got to start with the eyes, right? You could already see them. You got to get like that, right? But you got to get intricate with the webbing of the face. That's the secret. The more intricate you get, the better it looks. So there's Spider-Man. Ah, there he is.
I'm back. Just looking at the latest HRRR model, and it has a stripe of like an inch of big problems coming right through northern Mississippi. Yep, it's happening. Just got to get there, about 4 hours out still. Just looking right now at my game plan. Go. Need a long time to get there, but Tupelo. Stand by. Coming up with my game plan here. Put it back out of here. About to blast east. Crippling ice expected. Mississippi is the target. go here. Through Little Rock. Just looked at the forecast models. The HRRR has a stripe of major freezing rain right from about Greenville up through Oxford to below, extending possibly into southwestern Tennessee, and then another mass there east of the Carolina Piedmont could be catastrophic. Crippling ice expected. So here we go. This event hasn't even started yet, folks. Better than they were back in Clarksville because of it's all snow, so there's quite a bit of traction out here. But I'll tell you what, the live stream tomorrow morning is going to be nuts. Focus this. So stay tuned. Tomorrow morning is going to be insane, potentially crippling ice out there. About 4 hours out. Mississippi to target the ice portion, and I'll be standing outside using my phone, so I can do a Zoom or a conference of any kind. I have like earpieces and stuff, and tomorrow morning it should be pretty rough there, I think. Yeah, FaceTime on phone is perfect. Yeah, I'm live streaming right now, so I can't say it out loud. Can I just send a text message? I actually started at midnight up in Minnesota. I had a speaking event in Minneapolis, so I drove all night and worked the Kansas City area, rush hour, snow, and then caught the snow and freezing rain in western Arkansas. Saw some of those semi-trucks that were getting stuck. And I'm approaching Little Rock now. It's all snow, but I'm Sleet is coming out of the South Plains of Texas, so I think we got a little longer to go still. Oh, thanks. Sure. Yeah, no problem. Okay. Alrighty. Alright, sounds good. Thank you. Nope, that's it. Should be good. Okay. Alrighty, sounds good. No problem. Thanks, buddy. Snow-covered roads out here as we're approaching Little Rock. It's probably going to be all snow here. Probably end up with a lot of snow on Little Rock. Just going to gradually intensify.
Going to show you guys what I was just looking at here on the side, on the slide. And that is where the tornado risk, yes, tornado risk after this tomorrow is. And here it is. If we turn this on here, you could see this area right here. That's the 5% risk area. That means if you're here, for example, there's a 5% chance of a tornado being within 25 miles of you. So if you consider the size of that space, there's a very high chance for tornadoes tomorrow. And here's the 2% risk around it. But here is going to be where the action is tomorrow. So, it kind of works as Reed follows the storm. He's going to be going to Oxford, and then probably carrying on in the morning to the tornado threat too. So yeah, a couple days of wild stuff.
Jesus, it keeps getting out of focus on that lens. You gotta be kidding me with that. There we go. Sorry about that, folks. You gotta be able to see every single flake as it falls. Every single freaking flake! Precip right now, that precip in Sleet or freezing rain in Oxford, starting to slide off to the east. River of Columbus is above freezing, Columbus, Mississippi.
Jumping in quickly to explain, a couple of people saying, what do the colors mean? All right, these colors are basically the different warnings. Ice storm warning, extreme cold warning is the blue. Ice storm warning is the purple. The pink is the winter weather storm warning. Back to the purple, winter weather, and then all the way up here, you see the extreme cold warnings up here. What do we got over here? A different color. Winter storm warning. Is that a different color? No, there's just another layer. Anyway, that's what the colors mean. And up top, this is where the action is really, and it's moving its way down. The colors for right here, where it's 70 degrees right now, it's 70 degrees, and then 14 degrees. Whoom.
Tennessee. I think you're going to really start to see this ice storm come to fruition over the next couple of days. This was just the lead wave here. The main wave is just now getting organized over the South Plains of Texas. There's a rapidly expanding precipitation shield out there. That's going to slam Oklahoma with big snow tonight. And that trough is just going to eject, solidify the warm nose over northern Mississippi. More precipitation will move in tonight, late night tonight. But the lead wave is still impacting northern Mississippi up through central and eastern Tennessee. And eventually, that's going to overspread the Appalachians and move over the Carolina Piedmont. I'm starting to get butterflies in my stomach because I do think this is going to be pretty significant. We got big snow happening here, though. Little Rock might just get hammered by big snow. If I was just targeting all snow, I would probably work the Little Rock area. I think it might stay all snow here in Little Rock along the I-40 corridor and just kind of gradually continue to increase in intensity. Some pretty good snowfall rates happening right here as I'm closing in to Little Rock. Should head over to the Waffle House or Motel 6 South Rock. We'll stay there tonight. Woo! Woo! mind the drive here through brutal conditions. Just got to keep it slow. And I think it'll probably stay snow and sleet all the way through Memphis until I drop south. And I can wake up at like 3 in the morning and then reposition if I need to for the freezing rain. Thanks everybody for joining this marathon snow and ice storm coverage. The event hasn't even begun yet, trust me on that. It's about to get really bad with that trough ejects. The HRRR has the max coming from Greenville up through like Oxford, Tupelo area, up even toward just south of Jackson, Tennessee. And another max east of the Appalachians across the Carolina Piedmont, upstate South Carolina, North Carolina Piedmont, far northeastern Georgia, even up toward Chattahoochee. Chattanooga. Prime trout fishing areas up there that we fish a lot are just going to get blasted by ice. And I'm starting to get some ice accrual again. It shifted from snow back over to freezing rain. So we're going to have to turn on the defrost. We're going to have, it's going to go south fast at 17 degrees here. It has cooled down a couple of degrees. Mississippi ice is coming. They call it Lone Star ice when in Texas. Be careful out there, folks. Man, not so fast. I can't do that. I need to get to Oxford, but I'm not doing it dangerous. Ice accrual is happening on the windshield. Ice accrual on the windshield. I do think that there's going to be a bigger warm nose and surging farther north. That's why I selected a location
Oop. Reed can make it to Oxford. Don't doubt Reed. Froze for me too, guys. Honestly, I'm doing some editing over here too. So I'm sorry that I'm not keyed in exactly as what's going on here, but whoops, exactly. Hello. But I'm over here. Reed texted, lost video. We know. All right, Reed was looking at the HRRR and all that good stuff. Let me see if I could bring that up here. It's coming back. It's coming back now. There he is. I'll bring up that stuff though.
legit snow for Little Rock, that's for sure. There's a lot of comments from people from Canada that say, hey, it's every day up here in Canada. The southern U.S. is different. Every place is different. We still have the infrastructure to handle this snow. The plows, the treatment, road treatment, and salt. journey down into the ice storm zone. Western warning continues until 6 p.m. tomorrow in northern Mississippi. It continues until 1 p.m. Sunday in the Carolina Piedmont. stretching there below cloud base. Probably could get that in a kayak or paddleboard. Can't risk it. About to pass through Little Rock. We've got all snow here. This is Chuck Norris with an ice storm report. But it is all snow in Little Rock, and that band of ice is off to the south, extending near the Louisiana-Arkansas border up through northern Mississippi. But the main event is yet to come. Ice storm warning continues till 6 p.m. tomorrow in northern Mississippi, and until Sunday at 1 p.m. in the Carolina Piedmont. safely. Take it slow. live streams out here. Weather. Insanity. Legit. 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 Can't do it as good as one. Legit. section of highway. Right about to hit a log jam up ahead. Surface map. Sleet, western Oklahoma, 7 degrees over 2.2. It's like 1 mile visibility there at the South Metro. Actually, a little greater than that. It's under Ardmore. Still all snow. DFW's got some freezing rain. Sleet there near Memphis. Freezing rain fog there in eastern Tennessee. Temperatures 27, 28. 11 dew point in Greenville, Spartanburg. 32 degree temperature. That'll wet bulb well below freezing underneath that warm nose. traffic is kind of opening up out here. Guard down out here, that's for sure. Precipitation seems to have fallen here too. Smoke coming up the side. deciding the road conditions are better east of Little Rock. So I think we got this. Severe weather threat for tomorrow. We got to decide if we're going to chase that or not. That slight risk includes Mobile, Dothan, Alabama, Tallahassee. Slight risk 5% tornado threat. It's going to be Sunday morning and afternoon. Wow. Yeah, slight risk tomorrow. Forecast for 1 p.m. tomorrow. Boy, it's going to be out into Alabama by that time. week in the early morning hours. Tomorrow there in Mississippi. Even down in Houston could get some bad icing. Two main axes of big freezing rain right through northern Mississippi into western Tennessee, and then also far northeastern Georgia, upstate South Carolina, and North Carolina, Piedmont, up into Virginia even. Looks like those are going to be the biggest areas of ice, possibly approaching an inch. Crippling ice storm potential. You can see ice accumulation, two stripes of it with a warm nose in the middle going up into eastern Tennessee and eastern Kentucky. Models don't do a very good job at kind of the sustenance of that low-level sub-freezing layer. But look at that. I'm going to try to get right in the heart of that big ice. Northern Mississippi, maybe even a little bit further south. Might even be down close to Columbus, but a little north of Columbus. And look at that in the Carolina Piedmont, due to that sub-freezing air banking up against the mountains out there. Precip might break out faster, we think, down here too. Starting to get some precipitation, temperature 13 degrees, snow here. Decent roads here though, east of Little Rock on I-40. Careful about black ice here with these very low surface temperatures. like it's gonna peak like late night tonight through tomorrow at about 1 p.m. So I've still got like 3 more hours to drive. And it's gonna probably be this type of precipitation between here and Oxford. Do you think we should just keep the stream running? Yeah, we don't have to do that, definitely. Yeah, what do you think? Run it to Memphis or something? We could run it to Memphis or so. I'm like 100 miles out of Memphis. Yeah, it could be pretty early. Do you think we should try to go live at like 6:30 or something? Even? Or 7? Yeah. Yeah, if we start like you know, like late morning, we might miss the event. I think, but yeah, because I think it'll kind of peak in the morning. Keep me awake. So we'll show you these conditions. It'll probably look similar to this until we start dropping south from Memphis. Definitely precipitation out here. Roads are a lot better east of Little Rock. There's going to be a tornado threat tomorrow. It's a little bit earlier than I thought. It's going to be like morning into afternoon, and might have to be like southern Georgia or southern Alabama into Georgia, going toward Tallahassee. Like kind of a small line with maybe some a band of prefrontal renegades, prefrontal confluence. Getting windier out here as we're losing the trees. Traffic slow up here. It's up near Holly Springs, it's pretty rough. Some kind of an accident. right now as we're getting east on 40. See how much snow Oklahoma City gets tonight. Not too much snow on this side of the road here. Degrees. An hour and a half, probably about 2 hours out of Memphis, realistically. I can see something on the right up here. That's not very visible there on the right. Yep. Big line of traffic on the left. Look at that. I-40 westbound. You gotta be kidding me with that. again. Still that patch of snow right down in the center. get some cool on the windshield. So the peak of this event is going to be late night tonight through early afternoon tomorrow in northern Mississippi. So we're going to have to figure out when to go live, when that peak precipitation is looking at. the accretion on the trees and power lines and transformer explosions are blowing up, and it's a skating rink out there. That's the ice storm coverage that we've been driving the last 4 days for, but it just hasn't happened yet. But it's down to the south of Mississippi, it could be like that. Yeah, it looks like it's going to march across southern Alabama and Georgia, so probably have to wake up early and decide between ice and storms. And probably, yeah, that line moves pretty fast. Yeah, I'd have to probably be in like northern Alabama like at midnight. Yeah, it could go south fast. Okay, I'll sign off here. Yeah, you too. All right, everybody. We're going to give this stream a break as I pound to the target area in Oxford. I figured you guys don't need to see the back end of a semi for the next 3 hours. So we're going to start early tomorrow morning. That's when that ice is going to begin. So it's going to begin tonight, late tonight. It's already happening down there, but it's going to ramp up early morning hours and continue into the afternoon tomorrow. There's also going to be that tornado threat, southern Alabama to southwestern Georgia, but it's like late morning into afternoon. So that squall line's going to march east pretty fast. Surface low is going to pass just to the south of Oxford at like 4 or 5 a.m. And that's probably when the peak freezing rain rates are going to continue, even in the northwestern quadrant low, the slice in the southeast. But Carolina Piedmont could have big time problems with freezing rain as that cold air banks up against the Appalachians. These ice storm coverages, chases are a slow burn. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I got to ramp the defrost up because I'm getting some accrual on the windshield. Never stop chasing.
All right, so you heard the man. We're wrapping up for tonight because it's going to be an early thing tomorrow morning. So all of you keep in mind, if you're like, oh, this isn't too bad, it gets worse overnight. So the temperatures are going to continue to drop. I mean, depending on where you are, but generally everybody's temperatures are going to continue to drop overnight into the early morning. And we're going to get a bunch of that freezing action here. And then we have this right here, which is the tornado threat tomorrow, which is a QLCS event, probably a line of storms moving quickly. And it may be a choice between the two targets. It may be able to do two birds with one stone. We will see. But we will be up early, like 6 a.m. early. I was also up early today. But anyway, thank you guys. And Jester, I saw the comment, Jester. Thank you guys for hanging out with us today as we start stretching our streaming and content muscles for the year. Yeah, a lot of fun stuff to come. So we'll see you tomorrow morning. Never stop chasing. I suppose that and you know what? I still haven't made the button that allows me to gracefully end the stream. So I go do 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 do. But yeah, ice and tornadoes. Yeah, who knows? Great. Okay.